Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 1/2 past, so the 10-minute ball will be going up in about 5 minutes. So, any members of the public in the paddock area, can you now start making your way back to the public viewing areas, either the main area next to the paddock, which is the primary viewing area now, or down at the area that we previously used. But in the next few minutes, can you start making your way back to those viewing areas, and we'll get the racing underway in about 15 minutes. And there will be another break, all things being equal, later on this afternoon. So we'll have 2 blocks of racing. In between each block, there'll be a paddock break. The marshals will need a break anyway because of this sunshine. We don't want them out there all afternoon baking. So we'll be getting underway fairly soon now. So craft starting to come out onto the grid now. The races today, all 8 laps. So those of you online watching, obviously we are putting out a live feed this weekend as per most of our race meetings. So welcome to those watching online. Hopefully you're in a nice cool lounge with some cold drinks, watching us fry here in the sunshine. The race program today is going to be quite full, with being a European and UK round, and yeah, hopefully we won't get as many spills as we had yesterday. The wind is virtually zero, which might help, but it's definitely hot. So we've got 2 blocks of racing this afternoon as per normal. There'll be a mix of European and UK drivers. As the craft come up onto the grid, I will give you a brief outline of what that formula is about if you haven't been before. First race up, already starting to form up on the grid, is the Formula 50 spec craft. So that is based around an engine, the Rotax 503. It's twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower, hence the Formula 50. The important thing is they're only allowed to use the engine in its standard format, so no special carbs, no special exhausts. They're only allowed to use the single engine to provide lift and thrust. And in this particular category, there is actually a weight limit as well. It's the only formula that does that. So the grid is starting to form up. And in pole position for this race, we have the world champion, Josh Morales, number 43. Josh taking the title, 18 months ago in Germany, in Solberg. Second spot, we've got Elliot Folland. And in third spot, we've got 81 Nick Drew. And then we've got 48 Josh Trustler. And then 72 Kian Olner completing that front row. On the second row, we've got 57 Dave Elston. Alongside Dave is number 50, Richard Worthington. Then 51, Georgia Olner. And then 86, Ben Lambert. That completes row 2. Row 3, this is when we start getting into the European drivers. We've got number 250 from France, Josephine Dupont. And then we've got back to the UK drivers, 114, Zoe Deacon. 49, Tom Hudson. And then we've got another French driver, 253, Anthony Teixeras. And then completing row 2, another UK driver, 115, Craig Emery. That's row 3 complete. Row 4, I've got just one craft on there, number 37, Joe Smith. So the location of the grid is next to the paddock. For those of you up in the primary spectator viewing area, you can walk across and see the grid and see them going off there. It's only at that point that they'll be on that section of the course. The 2-minute board has just gone up. Right, 1 minute away from the start now. So if you've been before, I'll give you a bit of an update. Obviously, we are putting out the live stream, but we do now have active lap times. We're running a tag system. It gives us electronic data on the craft. So I am able now to give you the precise gaps between craft, especially the leaders. So we're coming up to the lights fairly soon now. Here we go. We're away. Josh Morales, I thought was going to be the first into the turn, but it is Nick Drew, 81. Then Josh Morales. Then, we're all side by side. It's 81, 43, 117, 48, 57, 72, 50, 51. Then the French craft, then 49, 11. Oh, I've lost the numbers. We'll get them as they come round. I think the grid has cleared. So at the end of lap one, it's side by side across the line, 81, 43, but it's now 43. Josh Morales that sweeps past as they went through the line. So Josh Morales, 43, is now the leader. Nick Drew dropping to second. And 117, Elliot Folland in third. Then Josh Trussler in 48 in fourth. Then 57, 72. 50, 51, and 250 from France, then 49, 114, 253, 86 and 37. That's the running order at the moment. I just realised 115 is not appearing on my screen. Oh, yes it is. 115 is on my screen, yep, in 15th. So on the last lap round, the gap between first and second was 5.4. Let's see what it is this time. Our leader goes through. That is now 3 laps gone. And our second spot is now Elliot Folland, 117. So Nick Drew dropping to third. And Elliot 9.5 seconds behind the leader. So can Elliot now close the gap down, having got past Nick Drew? Our leader though shooting across the lake already, the world champion, 43, Josh Morales. So the gap now from first to second, Josh Morales has already gone through. The gap to Elliot Folland, who's just gone through, is 10.6 seconds. The gap between Elliot in 1:17 and 81 Nick Drew is 2.7 seconds. So Elliot pulling away from Nick Drew. Fourth is still Josh Trussler, 48. Then Dave Elson, 57. Then 72, Kean Olner. Then Richard Worthington, number 50 in 7th. 8th is 51, Georgia Olner. Then Tom Hudson, 49. 114, Zoe Deacon. 37, Ben Lambert. 253, Anthony Tesares. And then 37, Joe Smith. Then 115, Craig Emery. That's the running order at the moment with just over 5 laps gone. Well, as the leader goes through, it's 6 laps completed now. He's going to be tagging on to a 3-way battle that's going on at the moment with the lower placings between number 50, Richard Worthington. They just dropped onto the water. 51, Georgia Olner, and 49, Tom Hudson. They're going across the lake at the moment. Those 3 locked in battle. That's a battle between 7th and 9th place. So that 3-way battle between 50, 51 and 49, there's about 0.9 of a second between each of those crafts, so very close. The last lap board is out. Our leader just dropping onto the water now, number 43, Josh Morales. Just under a lap to go for him now. Second already through, that's Elliot Fulham, 117. And not that far behind is still Nick Drew, 81. So, number 250, Josephine Dupont on the trailer, being brought back to the paddock. So our leader's gone through and taken the win. It is the world champion, Josh Morales, number 43. Second going through is Elliot Fulham, 117. Looking back for third, he's just crossing the line now, 81 Nick Drew. We're looking back for fourth now. Just coming into my view is Josh Trussler, number 48. So Josh goes through with a thumbs up. Then in fifth spot, just crossed the line, Dave Elston, and hot on his heels in sixth spot with 72, Kean Olner. I'm now looking at the next battle, which is close. Is it going to be close enough, though? It's Richard Worthington that's going to take 7th. And just a whisker behind is Georgia Olner in number 51. She takes 8th. Running down the rest of the order, it looks as though it's 9th place to 49, Tom Hudson. 10th to 114, Zoe Deacon. 11th, 37, Ben Lambert. 12th, 253, Anthony Taseraz. 13th, 37 Joe Smith. 14th, 115 Craig Emery. 15th, 250 Josephine Dupont. Sadly, she's gone back onto the back to the paddock on the trailer. So, looking at the fastest laps, the fastest lap going to Josh Morales, the world champion. His fastest lap time was 54.28. Elliot Folland, who came through in second, his fastest lap was 56.34. And Nick Drew, who came through in third, was 56.85. Josh Trussler, fourth, his fastest lap was 59.36. Then Dave Elston, who came through in fifth, his fastest lap time was 60.03. Then Kian Olner, his sixth spot, his fastest lap was 60.18. So it just gives you an idea of their fastest lap times. That's the top six. Right, I've got to be fairly quick because the next grid is already lined up, and we are looking at the Colts. And we're coming onto the 2-minute board by the sounds of it fairly shortly. Oh, there may be a small delay. So that gives me time to do a bit of talking. This race is the Colt race, so we're looking at 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricting what they can run engine-wise. There is a list of engines they can use, but ultimately, at the end of the day, however much they tune it, they are only allowed to produce a maximum amount of thrust out of the back. So that's the determining element of the performance, and that thrust is checked. Checked on a fairly regular basis, or if somebody's suddenly shooting ahead of the rest of the pack, then obviously they get pulled out to be checked. So running through the grid for this Colt race, we have got the first of the Phoenix Racing Team, 133 JJ McGavin. In second spot, another Phoenix Racing craft, 134 Digby Dorman. Then in third spot, 98 Philip Charnock Rusty Garage Racing Team, and the Philip Charnock is the driver, and then completing the front row is Hayden Allman. So 79 Hayden Allman, but I'm trying to work out whether he's there or not. Yes, he is. And another craft there on the front row, 129 Jack Watcham. So the Colts, they are only doing 6 laps. So just 6 laps for the Colts. All the rest of the formulas doing 8. Right, I'm just going to pop along into the public section. Keep dropping out, keep moving. If it is any young kids want some picture cards of the drivers. Right, we're away. There's me talking to the public, and behind my back they started the race. So I'll come back to you guys later. Right, so it's JJ in the lead, 133, then 98, then 134, then 79, and there's still one stuck on the grid, and they're pulling away at the engine. So that's, oh, he's away. They managed to get it fired up. That's Jack Watcham in 129. So he's finally got away. So don't forget, this is only 6 laps for the Colts. They're aged 10 to 13 years of age. So JJ already sprinting away, but the battle is on for second spot at the moment. Digby Dorman 134 and 98 crossing the line side by side. So Philip Charnick, those two locked in battle there for the second spot. They're switching places as they go around the sweeping tyre and past the finish line, and they're now heading back to the water with 98 in second spot at the moment. 134 dropping to third. And Digby with a little bit of skirt damage on that rear right corner. Shouldn't be a major problem, but may just scrub off a little bit of speed. And then we've got 79 Hayden Norman, and finally coming through the 9129 Jack Watcham, who came into the race as a late starter. Got stuck on the grid. So JJ crosses the line. 3 laps completed now, so we're midpoint in the race. Let's see what the gap is now to second spot. It looks as though it's opened up quite a bit. Well, that battle for second is still going on. I'm watching on my screen, and it looks as though they're switching places all the time. It's between 98 and 134. Philip in number 98 is currently in second, and Digby in 134 third. And that's as they cross the line. So Philip with a 41 seconds behind the leader. Digby at the moment 4.8 seconds behind Philip. Let's see if that changes. Yeah, I think I've spotted why Digby's not doing so well. He's got some skirt damage on that rear right corner, and he's struggling a bit on the grass going up the hill. He's basically losing some of his lift to air, so it's effectively like having a puncture basically on a car, and that's increased the drag. So Digby, I think, is struggling with that skirt damage. So Philip goes through number 98, 43 seconds behind now, and Digby going through that gap now, 14.9 seconds. So Digby, that skirt damage really scrubbing off the speed. Last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Our leader goes through, JJ McGavin, the clear leader. So JJ McGavin takes the win. Here comes Philip to, he takes second in number 98. Third is going to go to 134, Digby Dorman, then 79, Hayden Allman in fourth. And fifth will go to 129, Jack Watcham. Right, so we're picking up the pace quite considerably now. The next group already up onto the grid. That is the Formula 2 race. So Formula 2's up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. The pole sitter for this race is running a 4-stroke, a big 4-stroke. So that's number 89, Peter Symes Thompson. In second spot from Germany, 353, Mario Cole. Third spot, 77, George Barnes from the UK. And fourth spot, 552, Ricard Ivanov from Sweden. And then 381, Completing the front row in 5th is Eric Schweitzer from Germany. Then we're looking at row 2 is number 60 from the UK, Ollie McIntosh. Then we're looking at a Polish driver, although races regularly in the UK and is based in the UK now, number 798, Maciek Uckman. And then completing row 2, number 61, Dave Palfrey. Right, we're on the 2-minute board now. Here we go, 2 minutes away from the start. We're picking up the pace considerably now. I do have another possible driver out there, and that is 45 Charlie Moore, but I'm not sure whether it's actually on the grid. It doesn't. Oh, I've just. Okay, I've just been informed that he's not going out in this race, but he might be out in the open race. He's only just re-qualified yesterday by the sounds of it. So a previously qualified driver, he's had to do a few races to re-qualify. And so there we go, that's Charlie Metcalf in 45. We'll see him out later. Right, we're on the 1 minute board now. Ah. Right, we're coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go. They're going through the light sequence. And we're away. And it's a big 4-stroke that sprints away first. 89, Peter Simons-Thompson with 77, George Barnes, then Mario Cole. And number 22, 522, the Swede, Rickard Ivanov has got off the line but then immediately stopped. So Rickard Ivanov, one of the front runners, currently out of the race. Go out the late first. It's still 89, Peter Simons-Thompson. And there's a battle going on still between George Barnes, 77, and Mario Cole in 353. As they cross the line, it's 89, 77, 353. Then a small gap. 2, 381, 61, 60. Three of them crossing the in front of me, almost side by side. Well, the run back to the lake, they're all taking different lines. Who's going to be onto the lake first? It's going to be number 60, Ollie McIntosh, but he is in currently, no, he's moved up to 4th now. Then it's Eric Schweitzer, 381, and then 61, Dave Palfrey. Those three crossing the lake now. Back to our leaders. 2 laps gone, it's still 89. 77, the gap between those two, 4.2 seconds. Then Mario Cole in 3rd. The gap between Mario and George is 4.6 seconds. So the three of them starting to spread out, but they're well ahead of the rest of the pack. It's Ollie McIntosh in fourth, just gone through. Then 61, Dave Palfrey. Then 381, Eric Schreiter. Oh, Dave Palfrey with his hand up. He goes past me and scrubbed off some speed, put his hand up. He swung well wide. Not quite sure what the issue is, but he's pulled back on track. And Dave Palfrey clearly with an issue, pulls off track again and pulls back on again. So Dave Palfrey clearly has an issue, and Mario Cole puts his craft right up on his side as he goes past me into the turn. And again he does it. Oh, there's a lot of underneath of his craft that we've just seen. And he's back on his way again, but he's scrubbed off a lot of speed on that lap, and he does it again on the lake. So, crossing the line, 89, Peter Simon still the leader. George Barnes going through in second. The gap is 4 seconds, so they're about the same as the last lap, maybe marginally slower. Mario goes through. He's now 9.7 seconds behind George. And he's pushing so hard, he keeps getting it airborne as he goes into the turns, and that's scrubbing off a lot of speed. And again on the lake, he puts it up on its side. Right, here we go, the battle for the lead. With 5 laps gone now. The gap between 89 Peter Symes Thompson and George Barnes is now 3.5 seconds. So the gap has closed by half a second on that last lap. I've got an urgent message for Dale Buckton. Dale, you are requested to come to the craft that you're going to be racing in the novice race. So Dale, if you're around up here, you need to get over to see Dan Turnbull for your novice race. Right, let's see what the gap is this time at the end of lap 6. Between the two front runners, 3.17 seconds now. George Barnes is closing down marginally with 2 laps to go. And Mario Cole goes past me. Well, it sounds as if he's settled for that 3rd spot. He's not pushing hard now. Not quite seeing so much of the underneath of that craft, and he's in a solid 3rd spot, so no need to push it too hard. That's the bright green craft. So crossing the line, let's see what the gap is this time. And the gap is 3.74, so yeah. George has just lost a little bit on that last lap. With 1 lap to go now, the last lap board is now out. Right, here we go. Crossing the line to take the win in the 4-stroke. 89 Peter Symes Thompson takes the win. George Barnes comes through in second, 4.34 seconds behind. So George taking 2nd spot. Still waiting for Mario in 353. And here comes Mario. 353 takes third spot. And cruising across the line. And fourth goes to 381, Eric Schweitzer. Fifth goes to Dave Polfi, number 61. Sixth goes to number 60, Ollie McIntosh. Seventh goes to number... no seventh. And, right, okay, so that's our F2's done. We're now into the novice race. Right, so novices, this particular category, pretty self-explanatory. These are, well, it's not actually, these are either new drivers or drivers that are re-qualifying. So if you let your license lapse for a certain amount of time, you have to re-qualify. And we do have a number of these in this group. So pole sitter for this race is number 35, Charlie Metcalf. He's a re-qualifying. Then we got 79, Reed Barnes. She is re-qualifying. And so the pole sitter with the Formula 2 craft. Second spot is the Formula 50 craft. 99 in third spot is Dave Wilkinson. He's running a Formula 50 and he's a new driver this year. Then we got number 170 in fourth spot, Chris Barlow, re-qualifying, a multiple world champion in Formula S. It's not a formula we run in the UK, but it is European and world category. And then completing the front row, another re-qualifier is Paul Tarpley, number 38, running a Formula 2. So Chris Barlow, actually going back to him in fourth spot there, he's actually using the same craft as his daughter does in the juniors. So that's a combination running there. On row 2, we've got 128, Morgan Watcham, and in the Formula 3, and also 129, Dylan Watcham. They're listed, but whether they're on the grid or not, I'm not quite sure. I can see one of them there. I think that's 129 is there. And they are Buckton is hopefully got to his craft. They did put a call out for him, and it's a facility that we have now. We've had it for just a few years. If you come along and you think, oh, might have a go at this, but don't want to go to that major outlay of buying a craft, you can actually hire one to race now through the main club. It's called Arrive and Drive Hovercraft race is organised by the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain. It's specifically a Formula 50 craft, so you saw the race earlier, and if you want to hire that, it's £275 for 1 day and £460 for 2 days. Now, if that's sort of
Mario leaning on George down here, but George didn't look technique more than Mario, so... George was making up his place where he lost it, cocking it up, coming off the water. No, today. Who's rolled it today? Number 60. He rolled it down here. Right. He ended up down near that catch netting. He jumped back in it.
right, that's 1 minute from the start now. 1 minute. Well, we're away. It's 35 Charlie Metcalf off the line first, followed by 79 Reed Barnes, and then 99 Dave Wilkinson. Oh, just spotted number 40 out there, Dave Worsdale. Has managed to get out. He didn't manage to get out yesterday. So Charlie Metcalf goes through already with a clear lead, 6.1 seconds ahead of Reed Barnes. And there we've got Dave Worsdale in number 40 in third spot. Then fourth is 99 Dave Wilkinson, and then 128 Morgan Washam. Oh, Dave Worsdale has stopped on the track. So a couple of 100 metres past my point, he's up and running again. That looked like a lift engine issue, but he's back up and running again. So Charlie Metcalf, our leader, says re-qualifying in that Formula 2 craft. Same as Reed Barnes. Reed Barnes taken a few years out, having had some babies and getting married. And her husband, George Barnes, in number 77 in that Formula 2 craft. So both husband and wife racing. We've got a late starter coming out. And that is number 91, Dale Buckton. So Dale Buckton finally getting out onto track. A couple of laps behind. Well, 3 laps behind. So Charlie Metcalf already starting to lap drivers, gone past Dale Buckton, who's a few laps down anyway. But Charlie now approaching that battle that's going on between 128 Morgan Bosham and 40 David Worsdale as they drop onto the water. So this is where Charlie just needs to be a bit mindful of the fact that I think both of them are. No, Morgan's not a. I think Morgan's a previously qualified driver, so he should know what he's doing. David's still a complete novice. So 5 laps gone. And Charlie Metcalf, our leader, just getting past those back markers before he drops onto the water. So Charlie Metcalf, 35, drops on with a clean run now. Charlie's actually running a Formula 2 craft with a 4-stroke on the back. So a close battle there between 40 and 99. The run to the line looks so 40 David Worsdale has managed to get past Dave Wilkinson, number 99. So David now up in the 3rd spot. Well, the gap now between Charlie Metcalf, the leader 35, and Reed Barnes in number 79, 25.5 seconds now. So quite considerable as he goes through the line. Our leader, last lap board, is now out. So 1 lap to go for Charlie. So Ree Barnes goes through in second spot, but she's now 34 seconds behind. But there is a little bit of skirt damage on that right-hand side. Shouldn't be a major problem, but she will be losing a little bit of speed there. So Ree is actually running a Formula 50 spec craft. And Charlie Metcalf, 35, takes the win. So Ree Barnes comes through to take second spot, number 79. Looks like number 40, David Worsdale, will take third. Fourth will go to 99, Dave Wilkinson, and fifth will go to 128, Morgan Watcham, and sixth will go to 91, Dale Buckton. Right, so as the craft peel off and go back to the paddock, our next group already up on the grid. So we're now looking at the combined formulas of Formula S, Formula 3 and Formula 35. Formula 35s, we've got none this weekend. That's a category that runs industrial four-stroke engines up to 35 horsepower in total on-board capacity. The Formula S category is purely a European and world category. We do not run it in the UK. However, there are craft that fit that category that are UK craft, such as the Formula 3s and Formula 50s, and some of the Formula 2s. So Formula S is single engine, single fan. You can poke as much power as you like, but it's got to be absorbed through that one fan, and there lies the challenge. So that's Formula S. The Formula 3s, so that's a category we run in the UK, and that is for craft that if they use a two-stroke, it has to be under 450cc air-cooled or under 250cc water-cooled. They can also use the four-stroke, and that has to be under 500cc. So we're 8 laps for this race. We're coming up to the 2-minute board, I think, fairly shortly. There we go, 2 minutes away from the start now. So running through the grid very quickly. Pole position from Austria, 331, Andrew Stelzhammer. Second spot, Howard Ash from the UK, 147. He's running a Formula 3 craft. So Andrew in pole position running a Formula S. In third spot, Dan Turnbull, 68. That's going to be probably a Formula 2 spec craft. Then 798, Marcek Uckman in a Formula 2 craft. And then we've got Formula 2 spec craft, but fits the Formula S. 1 minute away from the start now. Completing the front row, 135, Charlie Clark in a Formula 3 craft that fits that Formula S category as well. Second row, 387, Eric Schweitzer in the Formula S craft. 153, Fred Reynolds. And then 169, Carris Rhodes. So these are all UK drivers running Formula 3s, I think. Then Ben Lambert, completing row 2 in 86. He's running the Formula 50 spec craft, but he'll fit the Formula S. Then row 3, 61, Dave Palfrey in the Formula 2 spec craft, but fits that Formula S, and they're away. So I'll run through the rest as they come through. Andrew Stelzhammer. The fluorescent green front there is away and clear already. Then it's the battle for second. It's 68, 147, 117, 86. It's 86. No, 38, I think. I'll just pick them up as they come through. No. No, I think it was 86 that actually moved up well into the top numbers. We'll pick them up as they come through, though. So Andrew Stelzhammer, 331, the clear leader in that Formula S craft. There's Dan Turnbull in second at the moment. Number 68. Then 117, Elliot Fulham. 147, oh no, that might be Howard Ash. Yeah, it is Howard Ash today. And then 86, Ben Lambert. 135, Charlie Clark. 153, Fred Reynolds in 7th. 8th is Joe Smith in 37. Then 49, Tom Hudson. Then 387, Eric Schweitzer. And then 37, Carris Rhodes. Or is it? No. That number is not matching what's on the craft. So it looks as though the tag information that I'm getting is wrong on Carris Rhodes' craft. She's in 11th spot. So looking at the Formula 3 category, Howard Ash, 147, is the leader in that group. Then Charlie Clark, 135, and third, Fred Reynolds in 153. That's the Formula 3 group. The rest are all going to be Formula S. So 3 laps gone. 331. Andrew Stelzhammer drops onto the water with a fairly good lead now over second spot, 117. Elliot Fulham, but then we've got in third spot Dan Turnbull, 68, who's a little way back, and not far behind Dan is Howard Ash, 147 in that Formula 3. Just spotted on my screen the tag allocation for Carris has now been corrected. It's 169. So we've gone past the midpoint, 4 laps lead gone. Our leader going across the lake there. And Elliot Holland in second is only 5.8 seconds behind on that last lap. So Elliot in that Formula 50 craft, spec craft, is within striking distance if our leader makes a mistake. Elliott could be there to take advantage. Let's see what the gap is this time. So Andrew goes through with 5 laps gone now. The gap is now 3.24 seconds. So Elliott Folland in that Formula 50 spec craft is chasing down the full-blown Formula S craft of 331 Andrew Steltzhammer, who's just dropping onto the water now. Those two well clear of third spot, who's just about to cross the line, Dan Turnbull, number 68. Then our lead Formula 3 craft, 147 Howard Ash. Then it's Ben Lambert, 86, Charlie Clark, 135. And Charlie Clark is the second in the Formula 3 category. And Kerris Rhodes moves, is in third spot for Formula 3. And Fred Reynolds fourth in the 153 craft. So our leader in amongst the back markers now as he goes across the lake, and 117 Elliott Folland is now almost alongside the leader. So here we go, the challenge is on for the leader of this race, a pure Formula S against that Formula 50 spec craft, Elliott Folland. Now coming out of the lake, they do have two choices of exiting the lake, and one line, although in theory is faster, can sometimes end up being the slower transition. So as they cross the line, it's still Andrew in 331. The last lap board is now out. Elliott goes through. Well, he lost some time with the traffic there, so Elliott dropping 3.5 seconds behind at the end of that lap. Well, having just gone past me, Ben Lambert in a Formula 50 spec craft doing battle with Charlie Clark, 135. That's for 5th and 6th overall, but they're running in different formulas. And Andrew Steltzhammer, 331, takes the win with Elliott Folland. A valiant challenge in that Formula 50 spec craft. 2.388 seconds behind. So close, but not quite close enough. We're looking back for third spot, and that is going to be Dan Turnbull in number 68. And Dan just crossing the line now, so Dan Turnbull comes third. Fourth overall, but taking the first place for Formula 3 is 147 Howard Ash. Oh, that was a challenge for the line. Charlie Clark in 135 was determined to get past that Formula 50 of Ben Lambert in number 86. So different formulas, but that's where the lower formula tries to outdo the one above them. And Charlie, a valiant job there, managed to sprint across the line right with just a few meters to go. So that means Charlie Clark got second in Formula 3, but 5th overall. Ben Lambert, 86, got 6th overall, but he will come through in 4th spot. And then running down the order, Kerris Rhodes, 169, she would have come in 3rd spot. in Formula 3. And fourth in Formula 3 would have gone to Fred Reynolds, 153. Coming back to the rest of the group, Eric Schweitzer, 387. Came in 8th overall. I can't quite pick out his position in the Formula S category, but 8th overall. Then following Eric, we're looking at Joe Smith, 37 in 10th overall. Then Tom Hudson in 11th, number 37. Then 12th, 253, Anthony Tesaraz. Am I going beyond what we had in the... No, I've gone beyond where we were. So I think Joe Smith was probably the last one. My screen hasn't updated, so I think I'm running into the previous race there. So our next group already up on the grid. Okay, now we're picking up the pace dramatically. We're now looking at Formula Ones. They're already on the grid. We are looking at unlimited capacity, anything goes. We are looking at the top speed of around about 80 mile or just above. And the 0 to 60, they'll accelerate most standard road cars. The thrust engine alone would be somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower, plus a lift engine. We're coming up to the 2-minute board very quickly, so I'm going to quickly run through the grid. In pole position is number 1, Callum Beale. Second spot, 14, Adam Turnbull. Adam very quick off the line, but Callum not quite so quick off the line, but has the technique on the track to make that move. Did it yesterday very nicely. As I say, there's 2 ways of exiting the lake. Adam took the faster line, but Callum took the inside line and managed to get to the corner first. So watch out for that transition as they come out of the lake. Third spot, 519, Marcus Westerberg from Sweden. Then 11, Jake Trussler from the UK. And then completing the front row, number 12, Kevin Eastwood, UK. Row 2, we got 262 from France, Francois Dupont. Then 307, Wolfgang Schorb-Huber, and from Germany. Then number 7, Abby Beale. So we've got brother and sister out there. So Callum Beale, Abby Beale, so that's number 1 and 7 respectively. She's in that third spot on second row 2. And then completing row 2, number 3, Cy Francis. Right, I think I just heard the 1-minute ball, so here we go, we're on the lights now. And we're away. And as expected, Adam Turnbull has sprinted off the line. Callum Beale is dropping into second, so he's now going to try and look to find a way past. Side by side, 11 and 12, but it is 12 onto the lake first. Jake Trussler, number 11, trying to squeeze back through, but doesn't make it. He settles for 4th at the moment. So out of the lake, Adam Turnbull, 14, up on its side. Scrubs some speed off to get round the corner. Callum Beale now hot on his heels. Then 11, Jake Trussler. Oh, Jake has managed to get past Kevin Eastwood. So absolutely nothing in it between the first 4. The gap between first and second was 1.49 seconds, then 1.4 seconds, 1.3 seconds. That's the gaps between the first 4. Right, now let's watch the transition coming out. Is Callum going to go for the inside line? No, chooses the same line out of the lake. Adam with a skirt damage on that front left corner. Shouldn't be a major problem, but may just scrub off a little bit of speed. So 1.49 second the last lap. Let's see what it is this time. It's exactly the same. So the gap's staying the same. And Callum has got skirt damage as well on that front right corner. So both of the two front runners with both of them with skirt damage. Right, out of the lake. Adam Turnbull into the turn. Craft goes up on its side. Callum with a flat line closes the gap down. Let's see what the gap is this time. It was 1.49 on the last lap. And the gap this time 1.3 seconds. So the gap was closed down. Jake Truster goes through in third. He's 3.6 seconds behind. And then Kevin Eastwood, number 12 in fourth. He's 5 seconds behind Jake. So let's see what happens now at the exit to the lake. It's the two front runners come out. Again, Adam puts it up on his side. Callum puts it up a little bit, but not quite as much. The gap looking about the same, but we'll check it this time. It was 1.3 seconds on the last lap. And this time it's crept up. It's 1.5. Oh, Adam puts the craft right up on his side towards the run to the lake. Has scrubbed up a whole load of speed, but Callum had to do almost the same, so Callum couldn't capitalise on it, but that was a major moment for Adam there. Went into the turn with too much speed and too sharp, so got the craft well airborne. Right, as they cross the line, that'll be 5 laps gone. Let's see what the gap is this time. 1.4 seconds, so the gap has closed down again. Third is still Jake Trussler, number 11. Fourth is still Kevin Eastwood, just gone through. Then we're looking at the first of the French craft, Francois Dupont in fifth pot, number 262. Right back to the two front runners. They come out of the lake. It's still Adam Turnbull, 14 leading. Now they're going to be running into the back markers fairly soon. Six laps gone. The gap now 1.5 seconds, but there is traffic ahead of both those two craft. So Abbey Bill's 7 and 307. They're going to get caught up in this battle for the lead. Hopefully they move to one. So, oh, Callum Beale's gone for a swim. Callum Beale dropped onto the water. I don't know what happened, but the race has been stopped. The race has been stopped. So Callum Beale drops onto the water. I don't know whether the lift engine failed or whether he just had what we call a plough-in. Where the front of the craft, the cushion drops and the hull hits the water, and then it stops very rapidly, and invariably the driver goes for a swim. But what it's shown here is that the safety devices in place worked very well. So all the craft, they have to have a lanyard that attaches to the driver, usually the wrist. It's a cord, sometimes it's a stretchy cord, sometimes it's a regular piece of string or cord that goes to either a switch or switches, depending on the number of engines. So in the event of the driver coming out, those switches get pulled and the craft immediately stops. That worked perfectly in this scenario. So unfortunately, what will happen here, because the race was stopped for Callum, the race will now, because of the way the structure of the points work, Callum will stay in his position on this lap, and everybody will be advanced to the end of the race because they have done enough laps for it to finish as a complete race. Well, that was a great shame. So there we go. That's unfortunately we lost a lap and a half of that race. The challenge that was potential still there for Callum to get past Adam, but we can hopefully see that again later. So it shouldn't be any damage to Callum's craft. It all depends why that suddenly happened, whether it was an engine failure or whether it was a skirt decay as he dropped onto the water, because there was some skirt damage and it may have just lost enough pressure for it to actually not hit the water with enough air pressure underneath. So, right, turning round, we've got the next group already formed up on the grid, and that is the juniors. So junior race up next. We're looking at age range of 13 to 16 years of age. They can use a number of craft specification, the Formula 3, Formula 50 or the Formula 35 spec craft. So see if we can look through the grid, see who we got here. So in pole position, we got number 44, Lily Elston. Second spot, number 5, from the Team Nationwide Juniors, Lucas Rhodes. And the third spot, 153, from Predator Juniors, we got Emily Lewandon. And then fourth spot on the front row, Rudy Dorman from the Phoenix Racing Team. And then completing the front row, 75, Harley Allman. Row 2, we've got from the Nationwide Juniors, number 95, Dylan Clark. And then 82, Predator Raptor Racing, James Cooper. And then completing row 2, number 7, the Airbags Academy, Maya Barlow. Well, we're just waiting for our, I think we're just waiting for our race control unit at the moment. They're just sorting out that last race because it was a red flag. They have to shuffle the points now. As I said, the ruling is, for the European rules, that the person that causes that red flag stays on the lap they were on, and everybody else gets advanced forward. So that has to be done, I think, manually. So they're just sorting that out. The drivers, I think, have already been shown the 2-minute board, but they're already on hold. So just a small delay there. Don't forget to keep your fluids up today. It's obviously very hot. Now, down in the bottom of the campsite, the doing milkshakes earlier. I'm not sure whether they're still doing that, but they were really nice and cold. I can definitely recommend that. But alongside that, there is obviously food and other drinks down there as well. So the juniors are doing the full 8 laps. We've got one more race after this, the open race, before we go for a break. Looks like we're reasonably on target to stay on schedule this afternoon, timing-wise. Right, looks like we're about to get back on track. The grid start marshal has been given the all clear to show the 2-minute board. Right, we're 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. And we're away. Well, Lily Elston 44 got off to a great start, but it does look as though it's Rudy Dorman that's going to be the early leader, number 132. And second spot is going to be, I think, Emily Lewandon, 153, then Lily Elston in third at the moment. Looks so Harley Allman was moving up through the field as they went through the lake, so lots of place changes in this first half a lap. Who's going to be first across the line? It is going to be Rudy Dorman, 132. Second across the line, 153, Emily Lewandon, and then 44, Lily Elson, then 5, Lucas Rhodes, then Harley, oh no, sorry, 95, then 95. Uh, 95, Dylan Clark, then 75, Harley Allman. After 75, Harley Allman, James Cooper, 82. Just running across the lake there in 7th spot. So Rudy Dorman, 132 with a clear lead. But there is a three-way battle going on for that second spot. At the moment, it's Lily Elston, 44 in second. And just wait for them to sort themselves out. 153 Emily Lewandon, then 5 Lucas Rhodes as they drop onto the water. So that's the running order for the first 4, I think. Lily managed to sprint away across the lake, but that's left Emily in number 153 and Lucas, I believe, doing battle as they come out of the lake. Emily still leading in that battle for the, let me see, that's 3rd and 4th place. So, 132, Rudy Dorman still holding on to that lead. Lily Elson, 44 in second. 3rd, it's still Emily Lewandon, 153, then 5 Lucas Rhodes. So 153 and 5 doing battle, and any small mistake between either of those two, that could change very, very quickly as they drop onto the lake. So the battle for 3rd, Emily in 153 has opened up the gap very slightly to number 5, Lucas Rhodes on that last lap. That's the battle for 3rd spot. Just dropping onto the water, the battle also going on, I think, between 75 and 95. Harley Ullman and Dylan Clark. That's for 6th spot. So with 5 laps gone, Rudy Dorman about to lap James Cooper in number 82. Yeah, James goes a lap down. And Rudy managed to get past nice and clean as he drops onto the water. Lily Elson, 44. Still there in 2nd spot, and that battle for 3rd, well, it's still going on. Emily had opened up the gap very slightly, but Lucas is now hot on her heels as they go across the lake. So Emily Lewandon in 153, the yellow craft, still trying to fend off that charge from Lucas Rhodes, number 5 in the red craft, as they go across the lake. And Lucas has made the move. So coming out of the lake, James Cooper may have played a part in that, in the back marker. So Emily may have scrubbed off some speed, and Lucas said, "Thank you very much, I'm coming through." So Lucas Rhodes, number 5, now up into 3rd spot. Emily drops to 4th in 153. Can she remount a challenge? We have got 6 laps gone. So last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Rudy Dorman goes through, Lily Olsen goes through, 44, the gap, well, roughly 5.5 seconds. The first 4 have already gone through. Don't think there's a challenge coming from either of those first 4 unless one of them makes a major mistake. The gap about the same between all 4 of them. So Rudy Dorman, 132, Phoenix Racing Team takes the win. Lily Olsen, 44, takes second. Third goes to number 5, Lucas Rhodes. And fourth across the line, 153, Emily Lewandon. And then 75, Harley Orman comes through in 5th. And 6th goes to number 95, Dylan Clark. And 7th will go to number 82, James Cooper. So our next race up is the Open Formula race. So open to all the main formulas apart from the Novice, Juniors and Colts. Pole sitter for this race, number 11, Jake Trussler in the Formula 1. Alongside Jake in 2nd spot is another Formula 1, Aaron Sutton. Then 3rd spot is Elliot Follen, 117 in the Formula 50. Then we've got number 12 in 4th spot, Kevin Eastwood in the Formula 1. And then completing the front row, number 45, Charlie Moore. Row 2, we've got 61. This time it's daughter Katrina Hall. So Dave Palfrey saw him out earlier in that craft. He races as a team with his daughter. So Katrina Hall out this time in the open race. Now I've got some other possible drivers out there. And we're looking at 169, Laura Turnbull could be out there with Ben Lambert, 86, 48, Josh Truster, 37, Joe Smith, 3, Cy Francis, and 1, Conrad Beale. They are possibles. I can't quite see on the grid whether they're actually there. Right, so the drivers have been shown the 2-minute ball, but again, another small hold. So technically that 2 minutes has been frozen in time now. So anybody wanting to come onto the grid position will be held at the paddock exit. They will be allowed to join the race, but they forfeit their grid position. So this Right, so we are now on the 2-minute board. So 117, Elliot Folland, who is on my list to be in the front row in 3rd spot, has opted out of this race. Went out in the Formula S race, but he's decided that he's no match for the Formula 1s that are out there. So Elliot taking a rest from this one. He'll be out in the Formula S later on. That sounded like a 1-minute board. And we are away. So, the 3 F1s, who's going to be onto the waterfall? Oh, there's contact between 7 and 12 in that first turn. Looks as though they've got away with it, but there's quite a heavy contact between 7 and 12. So as they come out of the lake, first through the line is number 11, Jake Trussler. Already opened up a nice gap. Then it's Aaron Sutton in number 7. Then Kevin Eastwood in number 12. And then 45, Charlie Moore in the Formula 2. Then Katrina Hall, 61 in another Formula 2. So, as they turn at the marker boy, Kevin Eastwood, number 12 in the Formula 1, makes the move on Aaron Sutton, number 7, and takes the place. So, Kevin Eastwood now up into the 2nd spot in number 12. Well, it looks so Cy France has come out as a late starter, number 3. The yellow craft just about to drop onto the water. So, Jake Trussler with a good lead now with 3 laps gone. The gap to Kevin Eastwood, 10 seconds. Oh, and Cy Francis with his hand up in the air, number 3, Cy Francis, the Formula 1. Came out as a late starter, is going back to the paddock. So the Formula 1's dominating this race. First 3 places. Charlie Moore crosses the line in that Formula 2 in 4th spot. Well, as our leader comes out of the lake with a good lead now, Jake Truston, number 11. This time through the line, that'll be 6 laps gone. 2 laps to go now. And Jake with some skirt damage on that front left corner, but shouldn't be a major problem. Kevin Eastwood's pushing hard, number 12 there, to try and close down the gap, but I'm not sure he will do with 2 laps to go. And Charlie Moore, 45 in that Formula 2, has now been lapped by the leader. So last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Our leader sprinting across the lake there. Number 11, Jake Trustler. 12, Quaven Eastwood. Well, he's close, but not close enough to mount a challenge unless Jake makes a mistake, and by the looks of it, that's not going to happen. So, Jake Trustler takes the win. Kevin Eastwood, number 12, takes second. And taking 3rd spot, number 7, Aaron Sutton. So all of those Formula 1s. 4th will go to 45, Charlie Moore in that Formula 2. 5th will go to the Formula 2, number 61, Katrina Hall. And 6th, well, dropping out of the race, is the number 3 car of Cy Francis. Right. We are now at the end of our first block of racing. So we're going to have a break now. Our race schedule is we are on target to start again at 2:40. So 2:40 will be the start of the next race. So members of the public, once we've got the craft in there and settled down, give it a couple of minutes. You will be allowed to go in and have a look around the craft up close. You'll have until 25 past 2, so no rush to get in there just at the moment. If you do go into the public area, it is strictly a no smoking zone. That includes e-cigarettes as well. If you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft, and watch out for those hot exhausts. They could be anywhere. There's particularly on the edge of the craft. They will stay hot for a long time in this heat. It sounds as if things are quieting down.
No.
So I think members of the public, if you do want to go in and have a look around, please feel free. Generally, drivers are open to any questions, unless they've got spanners and bits of engine flying everywhere. And you've got until 25 past before I start clearing out the paddock again. If you've come in fairly recently, then welcome to Whittlebury Park, day 2 of the UK and European round. So this afternoon will be the last set of races for the Europeans. Tomorrow will be purely a UK event. And we are, again, just to reiterate, putting out a live feed. So if you go away from today and you want to re-watch any of the action, then obviously there is a specific link for YouTube. But if you type in Whittlebury1 Hovercraft Racing 2026, that should get you to the right place. So I'm going to go quiet for now and top up my water levels, and I'll come back to you a little bit later. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 25 past 2, so this is a 5-minute warning that in 5 minutes the 10-minute ball will go up for the first race of the second block of racing. So any members of the public in the paddock area, can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area in the next few minutes. Right, final call for any members of the public in the paddock area. Can you now please make your way back to the public viewing area as the craft will be coming out onto the grid in the next few minutes. Right, there we go. The 10-minute siren for the next race. First race up in the second block of racing is the Formula 50. Well, for those of you that may have come in recently, welcome to Whittlebury Park. We're now in the second block of racing this afternoon. Obviously, this is day 2 of our race meeting this weekend. And we've still got tomorrow to come, but the European rounds will be finished today. So we'll be having a prize giving at the end, directly after racing, up by the paddock. So if you're around still and you want to stay, and you're more than welcome to join us for that. But obviously tomorrow we'll continue on with the UK round, and we will have another prize giving tomorrow evening. So 5 minutes away from the start now. The siren is going. So this formula based on the Rotax 503 twin-cylinder air-cooled. So this formula based around the Rotax 503 twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower in its standard format, so no special carbs or exhausts. Running through the grid very quickly. In pole position we got our world champion Josh Morales, number 43. Second spot is 117 Elliot Folland. Third spot is 81 Nick Drew. Fourth spot is number 48 Josh Trustler. And completing the front row, number 57, Dave Elston. Row 2, we got 72, Kian Olner. Then we got number 50, Richard Worthington. Then 51, Georgia Oldner. Then 86, that's Ben Lambert. And that completes row 2. Row 3 is 49, Tom Hudson. Then 114, Zoe Deacon. And then 253, that's from France, Anthony Tesserez. And then another French driver, number 250 is Josephine Dupont. British drivers, 115, Craig Emery. And that completes row 3. Row 4, we've got 37, Joe Smith. Right, there we go, that's the 2-minute board. And that's the 1 minute ball. 1 minute away from the start now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we are away. And off to a great start is Nick Drew, number 81. He's into the turn first. Can he hold it though? The world champion 43, Josh Morales, is on his tail. And they all go into the turn. Who's going to come out in the lead? It's still 81, Nick Drew. 43, 117, 48, 57, 50, 72, 86, 114. And then the two French crafts, I'll pick up those numbers in a minute. Well, the rest I'll pick up as they come through. So, Nick Drew, 81, still in the lead. As he goes through the line, Nick takes a wide line. Josh takes a very narrow line and swings wide. So 81 Nick Drew. The gap was 0.7 of a second as they went through the line. Dropping onto the water. Josh Morales through on the inside. Is he going to make it stick at the buoy? No, he doesn't. It's still Nick Drew leading. Josh alongside. Now, as they exit the lake, they do have two options. There's two exits there. Let's see if they both take the same one or different ones. It looked as though it was still the same one. I'm not quite sure. At the turn by the public area, it's still 81 Nick Drew, still being chased by Josh Morales as they run to the line. So, 2 laps completed. What's the gap this time? The gap is 0.7 of a second. And the gap back to third spot is quite large now. 48, Josh Trussler, then 57, Dave Elston, 72, Kean Olner, 50, Richard Worthington. And we got a craft, oh, that's Elliot Folland, stopped on the water. So Elliot Folland has stopped on the water. He's out of the race by the looks of it. He's making no attempt to restart the engine. Right, the battle for the lead. It's still 81 Nick Drew, still trying to fend off Josh Morales, number 43. They are nose to tail as they went through the line, 0.485 of a second. Onto the lake, the two front runners at the buoy. It's still 81, followed by 43. Long way back to third, 48 Josh Trussler, just about to drop onto the lake, but he's in a solid third. Fourth is 57 Dave Elston, 72 Kean Olner, and then Richard Worthington, 50. And then going through the rest of the field, 7th is Ben Lambert, number 86, 8th is Georgia Olner, 51. 9th is 114, Zoe Deacon. 10th is 250, Josephine Dupont. 11th is 253, and that is Anthony Tesares. And then 13, Craig Emery, and 14th. Oh, sorry, that's Craig Emery, yeah, in 13. Right, onto the water, the challenge again. Nick Drew holding him off, closing the door on the world champion as they go round the lake. They're now approaching the land side by side. Are they coming up side by side? Yes, they do. And Josh Morales on the outside. Can he keep it going? Yes, he does. Round the marker. So around the main spectator area. That's where Josh has made the move. So Josh Morales, 43, has now taken the lead. Nick Drew dropping to second. So 5 laps completed now. So the 2 front runners in amongst the back markers now. Putting them a lap down. So 43, Josh Morales goes through the line. That is now 6 laps completed. 250. That is Josephine Dupont goes a lap down. So 1 lap to go now. Last lap board is now out. Our leader has extended that gap now. 43, Josh Morales now heading to the drop onto water. Nick Drew, I think he's given up on that. Oh, given up on that fight. And as I say that, he's actually stopped. So Nick Drew, I thought was just easing off very slightly and stopping the push, but he's actually stopped on track. So on the land section on the start side, the engine is running. He's trying to get going again. Clearly an issue. He's still showing as second at the moment, but I think he may be dropping down the field now. Yes, he will have done, because Josh Trussler would have gone past. So Josh Morales, number 43, takes the win. He's already gone through. So I'm waiting for the new second place now. That is going to be Josh Trussler, number 48. He takes second. And third is now going to go to 57, Dave Elson. Fourth goes to Kian Olner, number 72. Oh! And a photo finish on the line between 51 and 50. And I think Georgia Olner pipped Richard Worthington on the line. My screen is showing the other way around, but visually I think Georgia may have got it. Oh, there we go. It's changed. As I said. So Georgia Olner diving for the line. So brother and sister taking 4th and 5th spot there. So Kian in 72 taking 4th. His sister 51 came 5th. Just pipping Richard Worthington on the line. Number 50 who takes 6th. The gap between those two was 0.053 of a second. Nick Drew, well, he will now come 7th, number 81. 8th will be 86, Ben Lambert. 9th will be 114, Zoe Deacon. 10th will be 250, Josephine Dupont. 11th will be 115. No, I think that number's wrong. Yeah, that number's wrong. 11th is 253, Anthony Taserez. 12th is 37, Joe Smith. 13th, 115, Craig Emery. And, well, sadly breaking down on the lake there, 14th spot, 117, Elliot Folland. Well, as you saw there with Elliot floating on the lake, that is part of the scrutineering requirement that if they do stop on water, they do have to float. And, well, Elliot floating very nicely there, waiting for the end of the race. So he gets towed back. Hopefully there's nothing major. He's had a storming weekend so far. But sadly, in that race, it was not to be. Right, up next, we are looking at the Colts. So this is the youngest of our racers, aged 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricted in what they can run engine-wise. There is a list of approved engines, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they're only allowed to produce a set amount of thrust out the back. That's the determining factor, and that is tested. So sadly, Nick Drew coming back on the trailer in number 81. So the Colts, they're only doing 6 laps. So they're the only group that do 6 laps. If I run through the grid quite quickly, we go on the 2-minute board. So pole position, 133, JJ McGavin, racing for the Phoenix Racing Team. And then alongside him, another Phoenix Racing Team member, 134, Digby Dorman. Then 3rd spot, racing for the Rusty Garage Racing Team, number 98, Philip Charnick. Then 79, Hayden Altman. And completing the front row, 129, Jack Watcham. Well, they got that craft back to the bank quite quickly, so hopefully there won't be either a delay or much of one once that gets recovered. So whilst we're waiting, I'm just going to have a wander along the public section here, see if there's anybody that's got any questions. The boat. I just spotted the boat has got to do some swan ushering. Make sure they're in a safe place before we get the race underway. Right, sounds as if we got to the point where the course is now clear. Get off. All right, there we go. 2 minutes away from the start. 2 minutes. Right, we're on the 1 minute board now. Don't forget, this one's only 6 laps for the Colts. And they're away. So JJ off first. Is he going to make it onto the across the road and onto the water first? No, it's number 98. So Philip Charnick is our leader at the moment, followed by JJ McGavin 133. Well, that's a bit of a surprise. And in third spot is 134, Digby Dorman. And then 79, Hayden Norman.
Faster, run faster, faster.
Well, as they cross the line, no change of places. Still Philip leading with JJ in second. The gap 2.74. So as they come around to complete lap 2, it's still Philip in the lead. Number 98, still being chased by JJ 133. So I think I'm right in saying that Philip started here last year, very timid and very well, cautious, shall we say, driver. But he's certainly got the bit between his teeth now. And he's opening up a lead. That gap now 2.88. And third spot is 79 Hayden Norman, and fourth spot 134 Digby Dorman. So on that last lap through, the gap between first and second has increased. It's now 3.98, so almost 4 seconds between Philip and JJ as they drop onto the water and go across the lake. So coming through this time, it's role reversal. So somewhere I've missed it. The change from first to second is now switched around. So JJ has taken the first spot, and Philip drops the second. So the last lap board now waiting for our leader, our new leader JJ. One lap to go now. Let's see what the gap is. Philip goes through. He's 5.7 seconds behind. So unless JJ makes a real mistake on this last lap, those places should stay the same. In third spot is still 79 Hayden Norman. And then in fourth spot, 134 Digby Dorman. So, JJ McGavin, Phoenix Racing Team, number 133, takes the win. Second across the line, 98, Philip Charnek. He takes second, looking back for third. At the moment, that's going to be Hayden Norman, 79. And there comes Hayden. So Hayden takes third, number 79, and fourth will go to 134, Digby Dorman. Right, next up we have the Formula 2, so we're picking up the pace quite dramatically now. They're already on the grid. So Formula 2 up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke, and the pole sitter for this race is a 4-stroke. It's number 89, Pete Symes-Thompson. So, running through the grid order, we got the 4-stroke in pole position, 89 Peter Symes-Thompson. Second on the front row is 77 George Barnes. Third on the front row is 353 Mario Koll from Germany. Another German alongside him, 381 Eric Schweitzer. Then we got a Swede, 552 Ricard Ivanov. And then we got another, they've got number 60, Oliver McIntosh from UK. And then 61, Dave Palfrey, UK. And 798, Maciek Uckman, racing for Poland, although he is a regular in our UK series. So 8 laps. Right, sounds like we're coming up to the 2-minute board in just a few moments. Right, 2 minutes away from the start now. And that sounds like the 1-minute board. Here we're coming up to the lights. Here we go. They're away. And it's 89 into the turn first. Can he hold it? There's three of them side by side, all jockeying for positions. They're locked together. Oh dear. 77, 353 and 522. Yeah, they're all locked together, but they've managed to separate. So that has allowed 89 Peter Thompson putting it up on the side on the lake there to sprint away. Then it's George Barnes 77, 522, 353, and then 381, I think it is. And I'll pick the rest up now as when they come through. Well, Schweitzer 381 swinging wide there. That's allowed Dave Palfrey to sneak through on the inside, number 61, as they drop onto the water. So Dave Palfrey moving up a place. That will put him in 5th now. Mario Cole putting that craft right up on his side just after the finish line. That was close. Right, as they cross the line, it's still Peter Thompson, 89 leading, but he has got skirt damage on that front left corner, and that could be impacting his speed because George Barnes, 77, is close behind. George on that last lap was just 2.1 seconds behind, so watch that gap. In 3rd spot is the Swede, Rickard Ivanov, number 522. And Rickard definitely within striking distance in 3rd spot. Dropping back a little bit is Mario Cole in 4th. He's 6.3 seconds behind Rickard. So let's see what the gap is this time. The gap between 1st and 2nd is 2.6 seconds. The gap between 2nd and 3rd is 2.44. And again, Mario putting the craft up on his side, goes past me into that turn. So Ollie McIntosh, number 60, has managed to get past Eric Schweitzer in number 381. And just behind is the battle for the lead, is still 89, followed by 77. Then 522. The gap now 2.6 between 1st and 2nd. 2nd to 3rd is 4 seconds. So Rickard dropping back very slightly, but they have now got traffic. And, well, Peter Thompson sneaking past there as he dropped onto the water to lap 381 Eric Schweitzer. And also he gets past another back marker there coming up into the land. George still having to make that pass. He gets through. Let's see what the gap is this time. So 6 laps gone. And the gap is exactly the same, 2.6. Well, the last lap board is now waiting for our leader. It's still 89, still being chased by 77 to see what the gap is this time. Well, it's crept up for marginally, but not a great deal. It's 2.8 seconds now. And Ricardo Ivanov 5.22 in a solid third, but he is, let's have a look at the gap, he's 8 seconds, just over 8 seconds behind second spot. Out of the lake for the last time, he's still 89 leading. There we go, the run to the line. 89 Peter Symes-Thompson takes the win. George Barnes 77 comes through second. The gap 3.8 seconds. And Ricard Ivanov comes through in third. And Mario Cole 353 comes in fourth. And fifth is going to go to 61, Dave Palfrey. Sixth will go to number 60, Ollie McIntosh. Seventh will go to 381, Eric Schweitzer. So our next group up are the novices. So the novices allowed to use any of the main Formula craft apart from, well, they can use the Formula 1, but it is restricted in the amount of thrust they can produce out the back. Generally a Formula 1 is not used for a new novice. It might be used for re-qualification. Generally for new drivers they would probably opt for a Formula 3 or a Formula 50 craft. That's generally the choice that would be good to make. Running through the grid, we've got a mix of new drivers and drivers that are re-qualifying. So our pole sitter for this race is Charlie Metcalf, number 35, and Charlie's re-qualifying. He's in a Formula 2 craft. 79 in second spot, that's Ree Barnes. She's also re-qualifying, and she's in a Formula 50 craft. And in third spot, Dave Wilkinson, number 99. He's a new driver this year. He's been to quite a few race meetings, but he's been on the medic team. So he's normally been a paramedic, but he's switched allegiance this year, and he's now out there racing. So Moving on to number 128 in fourth spot on the front row. That's Morgan Watcham. I think that's a re-qualification. And that's a Formula 3. Then we got Chris Barlow, the one with 170. Again, a re-qualification. Chris is a former multiple world champion in Formula S. It's not a formula we run here in the UK, but he's now using his daughter's craft. So Maya Barlow is out in the juniors. Chris has been taking it out this weekend, but they have had issues. So I'm not actually sure whether he's going to make it onto the grid. So we'll have to see on that one. Then it's 40, David Warstall, and that is a Formula 2 craft. That's a new driver. Then we've got Paul Tarpley, number 38. He's re-qualifying. Then 129, Dylan Watcham. Again, I think that's a re-qualification. And then completing that row is Dale Buckton, 91. So number 91, Dale Buckton, has actually taken up the option of the arrive and drive facility we have now, where if you fancy getting into the racing but you don't want that big outlay of buying a craft to start, we do have that facility now. Unfortunately, it's all booked for this year, but if you want to get in quick for next year, it's a Formula 50 craft, and it's a facility that Hover Club of Great Britain do, and it's called Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. So if you go to our main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, you'll find the link on there. Just to give you an idea of costs, for this year, the prices are £275 per way. Start that again, £275 for 1 day, and then £460 for 2 days. You can direct email in to info@hovercraft.org.uk if you want to get in there quicker. And yeah, you'll be looking, as from what I can gather, it'll be next year now, so it's all fully booked up for this year. So Dale is taking up that option today, and in number 91.
Walked up to say it's okay. So, Rickard would like to go out in the open race, but obviously he's not entered as an HCGB member. But he's planning to take a race tomorrow. Did you like the whiskey last night? Sold to the 50-kilo man in the cap. Yes, you can just do the paperwork, and we'll let this one, because of who they are, they do contribute to us. I'm happy to do that. If they give me £70, yeah, for the race. For tomorrow, yes. Today's fine, yeah. Thank you. No problem, my friend.
Right, we're on hold at the moment. Looks like we may have a slight issue with one of our crossing points. There's a gravel road that goes across the track here, up on the land section, and to try and avoid the issue of stones getting flicked up by the craft, because obviously hovercraft can drive over it, but at speed they're going to be flicking up stones, which is by no means a good idea when you've got rotating fans that will very easily shatter if one of those stones won't get through it. There's a surfacing being put down to alleviate that, and I think there may be an issue with that down there, so that's just being worked on at the moment.
What's the matter?
So, having mentioned the club website, it's www.hovercraft.org.uk. You can find our full calendar on there. In 2 weeks' time, we are racing at Rother Valley Country Park, which is Sheffield. We've been going there for a few years now. That's completely different course to what we have here. That's predominantly water with a small bit of land. And directly after that, we are at, where are we? Place called Gangwarely, which is down by Fawley. So if you wonder where Fawley is, if you go down to Southampton, then just keep following the coastline down, you'll get down there. We've been racing there for over 30 years, so it's a regular on our calendar. We may move the date around due to it potentially clashing with our World Championships, which tends to be around the August time, so we pulled it forward this year. And then we do have the World Championships here this year. The World Championships are held every 2 years, and this time round it's in the UK. We've held it multiple times here. Last time was 18 months ago in Germany, in Solberg, and so after the World Championships here, we will be coming back again in September here again to have our final round of the UK Championships. Now, if you're into Facebook and Instagram, you can follow us on this. If you search for @official_HCGB, you better follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Now, if you do just want to go and look at some clips, interviews, that sort of thing, then a good point of call is on Facebook and Instagram is Hovercraft Racing Reels. So it may come up as HRR, and there's lots of clips on there and some interviews as well. Now, if you're into completely new technology and electric, then we do have a craft here. It's been built by my brother. It's the most advanced electric twin motor craft, passenger craft in the world, I'm proud to say. And that is here. It's still under development. That's something he's doing as a private individual. If you want to go and have a look at the story of that one so far, then if you go into a browser and type in e-hovercraft.info, you'll be able to see the story of how that's been going, and obviously video clips, and completely different design concept in respect of it's all electric motors. Yes, there are solar panels on it, but they are really only to top up. And as I say, that is really development craft at the moment. So you may have seen it out earlier. Right, I've just heard over the radio that we're coming up to the start of this race very shortly now. So there we go, 2 minutes away from the start now. And this is novice race, same number of laps as the others, 8 laps. Right, that sounds like the 1 minute board, so 1 minute away from the start. And they're away. Let's see who's off first, and it is Charlie Metcalf, 35, and then 79 Rebarnes tucking in behind in that Formula 50 class. So it's a Formula 2 leading. And going into the corner a bit too fast, had to scrub off a load of speed, but she's still in second. Moving up into third is number 40, then I didn't catch the number. We'll catch them as they come through. I think that may have been 91. Dale Buckton that was snuck through there into fifth, third or fourth. So, through the line, 35, Charlie Metcalf in that Formula 2, being chased by the Formula 50 of Rebarnes, number 79. And coming through in third at the moment is David Worsdell in number 40, and then 91, Dale Buckton in the Formula 50. And Dale sneaking through on the inside. Yeah, he's done it. So Dale Buckton, number 91, sneaking through on the inside of number 40, David Worsdell, as they drop onto the water. So Dale actually raced that craft last year as part of the Arrive and Drive, and he's taken up the option again today. So with 2 laps gone, the leader, Charlie Metcalf, number 35, already 10 seconds ahead of Rebarnes, 79, as she runs towards the lake. And then just crossing the line in third spot, Dale Buckton, 91. And David Worsdell, number 40, in fourth. Fifth across the line, 129 Dylan Watcham, and then 99 Dave Wilkinson in sixth. So 3 laps gone now. So Dave Wilkinson just being lapped by the leader there. The leader now completed 4 laps. That's still 35, Charlie Metcalf. So remember, Charlie, a previously qualified driver, just come back into racing again this weekend. It's a Formula 2 craft with a 4-stroke on the back and a 2-stroke for lift. So our leader, 35, Charlie Metcalf, crosses the line. 6 laps gone now. And he's approaching Dale Buckton, number 91. Dale is currently in 3rd spot. So Charlie's already made the pass, so Dale Buckton goes a lap down. So there's only one other craft on the same lap, and that is Ree Barnes. She's just coming through now, so Ree Barnes, 79 in 2nd, but she's the only driver now on the same lap as the leader. Six laps gone now. We got just spotted number 91 into the catch netting by the spectator area. Dale Buckton currently being helped out of the catch netting by the marshals. So that looks as though it might drop Dale down. Yes, Dale has dropped down the field. He's got skirt damage on the front there. That's not going to help him at all. So hopefully he's going to get through the lake all right. With that skirt damage on the front, that could be an issue. Anyway, Charlie Metcalf takes the checkered flag. An easy win for Charlie. in that number 35 craft. And crossing the line in second place, 79 Barnes. And third is going to go to number 40, David Worsdell. And fourth is going to go to Dylan Watcham, number 129. Fifth is going to go to 99, Dave Wilkinson. And sixth will go to number 91, Dale Buckton. Right, so as these craft peel back to the paddock, our next group already up on the grid, and this is a combined set of formulas, Formula S, Formula 3 and Formula 35. So, Formula S, it's not a UK formula. We've never run it, unlikely to ever run it, but it's a European and world formula. So, Formula S basically means it's a single engine and single fan. So, you stick whatever engine you like in it. The problem is trying to put that through one fan, and there lies the challenge. So there are some craft that are pure Formula S. There are some craft that fit that category that migrate from other formulas. So Formula 50, Formula 3, they fit into that scope, but are not what we term as a pure Formula S craft. And then we got the Formula 3, so they're up to 250cc water cooled. Under 450cc air cooled, and if they're running a 4-stroke, then it's under 500cc. The Formula 35s, there's nobody running here this weekend with that category. That's designed around the industrial 4-stroke engines with a maximum onboard capacity. That could be either a single engine or twin engine, but the total onboard capacity of 35 horsepower. So there's a bit of course construction going on at the moment. One of our crossings on the road just needs a bit of attention, so just a small delay before we can get this next race underway. So still coming up this afternoon, we've got the Formula 1 race. Oh, just a bit of an update on that one. So in the last Formula One race earlier this afternoon, we saw, unfortunately, Callum Beale in the number one craft going for a swim. He was challenging for the lead against Adam Turnbull. So having spoken to Callum, it was purely a case of, as he dropped on the water, there was some skirt damage at the front. There was not enough pressure underneath the craft, and that front end just, the skirt collapsed, as it were. And yeah, the craft stopped and he didn't. So there was not an engine issue, which I thought may have been. But so fingers crossed, all good. So after the Formula One race, we got the junior race and then the open race before we complete the day's racing. Directly after that, we're going to have the prize giving for the European trophies because today and yesterday were purely UK and European races. Tomorrow will be just purely UK. And so we're going to do a prize giving directly after this racing today. That's going to be up here in the main spectator area. So if you fancy staying for that, you're more than welcome. And then we'll have another prize giving tomorrow at the end of the weekend's racing. Well, apologies for the delay, but it looks as though we finally got on top of that. So fingers crossed they've managed to sort that for the rest of the afternoon. So it's the crossing where they go over the road. The surfacing that's down there has been, I think, hit quite severely by a lot of the craft, and it's just showing a bit of damage. So just trying to sort that out. Well, for those of you watching online, for those of you on site here, obviously we do put out a live feed for most of our race meetings. So if you do want to go back and look at today's racing or yesterday's or previous race events, we've had one so far this year up at Allerton, up north. That was a month ago. But obviously previous years, then just go to Google and type in hovercraft racing. Obviously this site is Whittlebury Park. We race at Gangwerley and Rother Valley Country Park, to name but a few. So just go and do a search on there. So if you want to see the other sites we race at, they're all different, and depends on the land available. Our next one is at Rother Valley Country Park, and that's predominantly water with a small land section. So completely different to what we have here. Right, looks like we should only be just a few minutes away now from the start of this race. And there we go, I just heard the whistle for the 2 minutes. So 331, Andrew Stelzhammer from Austria, our pole sitter for this race. Second spot, Dan Turnbull, UK. Then the first of the Formula 3 drivers. I've got listed Howard Ash. I'm not sure whether that's going to be Howard or his son. So I'll just wait for that to come up on my screen to confirm. Then 135, Charlie Clark. That's another Formula 3. And completing the front row, 798, Maciek Uchman from Poland. Although races in the UK. Second row, 387, Eric Schweitzer in the Formula S. And 86, Ben Lambert, and we're on the 1 minute board. Then 169, Caris Rhodes, Formula 3. And then completing row 2, 153, Oscar Lewington, also in the Formula 3. Row 3, 117, Elliot Folland. Now, I'm not sure whether Elliot is out there because he broke down earlier and was floating on the lake, so we'll have to see on that one. Alongside him should be Tom Hudson in a Formula's 50 spec craft. So number 49. Then 61 and 37. So they are away, and 331 into the turn first, pushed it up on its side, brings it back down again, and still comes through in first place. Already opened up a lead. Then it's 147. Oh, bit of a sideways turn there for 135, I think it was, and somebody's Ben Lambert, 86, almost into the catch netting. So all got a bit tight, the run to the water there, but they've all managed to get away. Well, I'm just watching a replay on my screen now. Yeah, oh dear. So it was 135 Charlie Clark that got up on his side and caused a disarray. I'm not quite sure whether he caught somebody's thrust, but all came good in the end. Right, so the running order at the end of lap 1. I'll go through the whole list. Leader is 331 Andrew Stelsummer, then the Formula 3 147 it is Nathan Ash the son, then 117 Elliot Folland, 68 Dan Turnbull, 135 Charlie Clark, 153 Oscar Lewington, that's down to 6th place. 7th is 169 Carris Rhodes, then I think that might be the last one. No, we carry on further. So 8th is Eric Schweitzer in 387, and 9th Joe Smith 37, then Ben Lambert 86. So as Andrew comes through the line, 331, the clear leader at the end of lap 3. Elliot Folland in 2nd spot, Nathan Ash in 3rd. So the first 3 craft, completely different specifications. Andrew Stelsummer in the pure Formula S craft, then Elliot in the Formula 50, and then Nathan 147 in the Formula 3. So midpoint of the race, already 4 laps gone. Our leader going across the lake, Elliot Folland 117, still within striking distance. He was 4.3 seconds behind on that last lap. And then Nathan Ash 6.4 seconds behind Elliot. As the leader comes into sight to run to the line. 6 laps completed now for 331, Andrew Selsammer. Elliot Folland is getting close, 2.26 seconds behind now. So Elliot in that Formula 50 craft is really giving Andrew a run for his money. And third spot, a real good show by Nathan Ash in that Formula 3 147. He's well clear of anybody else in the Formula 3 category. Right, so with the last lap board now waiting for our leader, the 2 front runners are going to potentially run into traffic on this last lap. So what is the gap? The gap between first and second is 2.2 seconds. Not a lot, and they are going to run into traffic. On to the lake for the last time. It's still Andrew Selsammer from Austria, 331 that is leading. On his tail is Elliot Folland, 117. Andrew has got to pick his way through the back markers very carefully, otherwise Andrew's going to be there. They're out of the lake. Andrew taking the turn and the run to the line very shortly. Here we go. A lot of traffic in front, but he should be okay. And Andrew Selsammer takes a win. Number 331. Elliot Folland in second spot, 3.15 seconds behind. And Nathan Ash, 147, coming through third overall, but the clear winner for the Formula 3s by a country mile. And Dan Turnbull coming through fourth overall, but third in the Formula S category. And 135 crosses the line. Charlie Clark in fifth overall, but he will come through in second for the Formula 3s. Oh, and being pipped at the post. Keris gets pipped by Oscar on the line, so both of those Formula 3s, so sixth spot goes overall to Oscar Lundin, 153, but he takes third spot for the Formula 3s, and the Keris Roadcraft 169 takes seventh overall, but fourth for the Formula 3s. And then we got Ben Lambert, 86, in eighth overall. Then ninth overall is 387 Eric Schweitzer. And I think that's it then. Oh no, 37 Joe Smith was also out there. Right, so now we're into the Formula Ones. Picking up the pace now quite dramatically. Unlimited capacity, anything goes. Callum Beals said went for a swim in that last race. That wasn't any engine issues, that was a pure case of some skirt damage. It dropped the cushion pressure, a bit like driving on flat tyres, hit the water at speed, and that cushion just decayed enough for it to make the hull to make contact with the water, and then it becomes a very inefficient boat. And yeah, the craft stopped, driver didn't. So Callum went for a swim, which isn't a bad thing on a day like today, where it's nice and cooling. So it's not nothing mechanical itself that caused that incident, which is fortunate. So running through the grid, because I heard the 2-minute board go. In pole position is number 14, Adam Turnbull. Then it's Callum Beale, number 1, in second. Third is Jake Trussler, number 11. Then in fourth spot, number 12, Kevin Eastwood. And then completing the front row, 262, Francois Dupont from France. Then on row 2, we got 519, Marcus Westerberg from Sweden. And then we got number 7, Abby Beale from the UK. So that's a brother and sister out there, Callum and Abby Beale. And then we got 307 on the second row, Wolfgang Schorhuber. And then completing that second row, number 3, Cy Francis. And that sounds as if we're already on the 1-minute board. Oh, there we go, 1 minute. Hammer away. And as expected, it's Adam Turnbull, number 14, off first. But in second spot at the moment, it is Jake Trussell, number 11, then 1, then 519, 12, 282, 7, 3, 307. That's the order as they leave the grid. Jake Trussler in number 11, already under pressure from Callum Beale in that number 1 craft as they come out of the lake. Adam Turnbull already starting to sprint away. I'm suspecting that Callum wants to get past Jake Trussler, number 11, fairly quickly, so he can mount a challenge on the leader. Here we go. End of lap 1. So the gap between first and second at the moment, 3.04 seconds. The gap between second and third, 0.77 of a second. So Callum Beale desperately trying to get past Jake Trussler in that number 11 craft as they go off the lake. It's still 14, 11, 1. That's the running order for the first 3. Then 519, Marcus Westerberg in fourth. And Callum going for the move, but not quite making it as they cross the line. Callum putting the craft up on his side, he's pushing hard, he's trying to put Jake under pressure to try and get him to make a mistake. Meanwhile, our leader opening up that lead. The gap on that last lap was 4.16 between first and second, but the gap from second to third, 0.5 of a second. So Callum Beale is putting the pressure on Jake Trussler as they come out of the lake, round the turn. Callum all over the back of Jake and trying to pull alongside, trying to move around the outside. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does, as they cross the line. Callum Beale now into second spot. So the gap between first and second was 4.8 seconds. And we've got 3 laps gone. Let's see what Callum's going to do now. Can he close that gap down and mount a challenge with 5 laps to go? Right, what's the gap? It was 4.8. It's now 3.7. So Callum taking a second out of that gap on the last lap. Third is still Jake Trussey, still being pressured by 519 Marcus Westerberg, but Marcus with a lot of skirt damage on that rear right corner. And you can see that as he goes onto the lake. A lot of spray being thrown up. Right, here we go. 5 laps as they cross the line, now completed. What's the gap? It was 3.7. It's now 2.38, so Callum Beale is closing that gap down. They're going to be running into traffic very shortly now. There's a back marker. I think that's going to be... So we got 519, I think, pulled off the track. That skirt damage, I think, has become too much. So Marcus Westerberg has pulled off to one side. Right, back to the front runners. As they cross the line, Callum having to swing wide round the back marker. The gap now, 1.43. So Callum Beale, 1.43 seconds. He's chomping all over the back of Adam now as they run towards the water. Abby Beale, his sister, number 7 in that purple craft, dropped onto the water. She will move to one side, hopefully, to let her brother through to keep that challenge going. She knows that he's in the in with that chance of we've got a lap and a half to go now as they come out of the lake. It's still 14 followed by 1. Where's the third spot? Still Jake Truster, number 11. Fourth is still 12, Kevin Eastwood. Fifth is still 262, Francois Dupont. So crossing the line, what's the gap? 1.23 seconds. So the gap has come down again. They're both getting the craft up on its side as they pass me and go round the turn. With just over half a lap to go now, Callum is putting the pressure on. So the exit to the lake, there are 2 transitions they can choose. One is faster. And I'm not sure whether they, I think Adam may have taken the one that Callum may have chosen, but yeah, Adam's held on to that first spot. And that gap came down again as they crossed the line to take the checkered flag. The gap was 1.058 seconds. So great race there. If only Callum could have got past Jake earlier in the race, we may have seen a different outcome. But there we go, that's racing for you. So Jake Trusser, number 11, takes third. Fourth goes to number 12, Kevin Eastwood. Fifth goes to 262, Francois Dupont. Sixth goes to 7, Abby Beale. Seventh goes to 307, Wolfgang Schorhuber. Eighth goes to 519, Marcus Westerberg. And ninth goes to number 3, Cy Francis. Oh, get me a breath. And Jake Trusser looks as though he's not sure whether he's got an issue on the water there, but he may have lost his lift engine. He's definitely got thrust. Yeah, he's got a lift engine issue. So Jake Trusser, number 11, got through the line, drops onto the water, and the lift engine has decided he doesn't want to do it anymore. Right, okay. Let's bring the pace down a little bit now, but hopefully not the excitement. We've got the juniors up now, aged 13 to 16. And they're allowed to use the Formula 3 spec car, Formula 50 and the Formula 35. So, pole position for this race, number 44, Lily Elston. Second spot, 132, Rudy Dorman from the Phoenix Racing Team. And third spot is number 5, Lucas Rhodes from the Team Nationwide Junior Team. And then fourth spot on the front row, 153 from Predator Juniors, Tyler Reynolds this time. We saw it out earlier with Emily. He teams up with Emily, so they share that craft, Tyler and Emily. And then completing the front row is number 75, Harley Allman. Row 2, we've got number 95, racing for the Team Nationwide Juniors, Dylan Clark. And then 82, racing for the Predator Raptor Racing Team, James Cooper. And then completing row 2, number 7, the Airbags Academy, and that is Maya Barlow. So just a bit of rescue work going on the transition down there. Just getting number 11, Jake Trussler. The trailer. So whilst Jake comes back on the trailer, just a bit of information for you. Jake actually works for the company Griffin Marine, who build the very large hovercraft that go across the Solent on a daily basis and operate around the world. So yeah, he does it for work and pleasure. And his dad, does team up with Jake as a team effort. Rob Trussler also in the past has worked from Griffin Marine, but he is a proper big hovercraft qualified pilot. We're talking way beyond our license qualifications, and he's currently abroad working, so unable to be this weekend. So Rob, hope you're enjoying the racing. I'm not sure whether he's in bed where he's at the moment. I know he's quite a few hours ahead of us, so when he watches it back on the replay. Hello, Rob. Sorry you're not here. Yes, it is very, very hot. But they're okay. That could be the case where you are as well. It sounds as if we might get ready for the start of this race. There we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. And the whistle's just gone up. So there's the 1 minute whistle. Oh, to mention the fact that the this weekend has been sponsored by as we're into the juniors here, it actually is sponsored by a driver that used to be a junior many years ago, Colin Borninghausen from Germany. He's now moved on to other projects. He's been through karting and transitioned to GT racing and endurance racing, and he's actually sponsoring the trophies this weekend. So that is going to be an aborted start. So the drivers will be called back. Somebody jumped the start. I'm not quite sure which one it was, but somebody jumped the start. Well, it sounds as if we had two drivers jump the start there. So they're going to be watched now on this restart. No penalty at the moment. All right, hopefully we can get this turned around fairly quickly. Back in group position. Yeah, so coming back to our sponsor for this weekend, Colin Borninghausen from Germany. As I say, he started racing in the juniors here in the UK, then went on to driving cars. So he went through karting, GT racing cars, and endurance racing. And he does have the dream of racing at the Red Bull Ring, but Colin's sponsoring this weekend the trophies. Right, sounds as if we're back on the 1 minute board. And we're away. Let's see if we've got a clean start. Sounds like it. I've heard no call. So Lily Elston, 44, is our leader. Second spot is Lucas Rose, number 5. Who's going to be third? That is going to be 132, Rudy Dorman. And then I think it's Tyler Reynolds, 153. We'll pick the rest up. Harley Wallman. We'll pick them up as they come through. Once they got themselves sorted out in the lake, it looks as though Rudy Dorman may have made up a place crossing the lake there. So Lily Elston, 44, comes through the line first. Followed by 5, Lucas Rhodes. Then 132 in third, Rudy Dorman, then Tyler Reynolds, 153, then 75, Harley Orman, then 95, Dylan Clark. Then 82, James Cooper.
Yeah, it's a nice Ferrari, though, isn't it? Nice white Ferrari.
So as they cross the line, the gap 2.49 between first and second. So Lucas Rhodes in second spot there, definitely within striking distance of the leader, number 44, Lily Olsen. Third spot, Rudy Dorman, 132. Now fourth spot, 153, Tyler Reynolds. Fifth, 75, Harley Allman. Sixth, 95, Dylan Clark. And seventh, 82, James Cooper. That's the running order at the moment. And 3 laps gone now. Let's have a look at the gap between first and second. It was 2.4. It's now 3.5. So Lily opened up the gap. Gap from Lucas to Rudy Dorman, who's in third, 5.14 seconds. So after 4 laps, what's the gap now? The gap between first and second is 3 seconds. And the gap from Lucas to Rudy is 6.5 seconds. And crossing the line, almost side by side, Tyler Reynolds, 153, 4th, and Harley Allman, 75, 5th. They're locked in their battle for that 4th spot at the moment. So it looks as though we've lost Tyler Reynolds, so I see a wave yellow flag and Tyler has stopped on the water, unfortunately. So crossing the line with 6 laps gone now. Still Lily Elston in first place. Lucas Rhodes 4.4 seconds behind, and then the gap between Lucas and Rudy Dorman in third is just over 6 seconds. And just crossing the line in fourth place, Harley Ullman 75. Behind Harley 75 in fourth is fifth, 95 Dylan Clark, 6th 82 James Cooper, and well, looks like he's out of the race, 153 Tyler Reynolds in 7th. So, Lucas Rhodes in second spot, the number 5 craft, putting the pressure on Lily Elston, 2.4 seconds on that last lap, with 1 lap to go, because the last lap board is out. Go out of the lake for the last time, Lily Elston, 44. Still looks as though she's got a comfortable lead, barring any mistakes. She's got 1 more turn to make after this, and then the run to the line. She's got a good lead. And looks as though she's very happy. A fist pump to the air. Lily Elston goes through to take the win. And also another fist pump from Lucas in number 5. He takes second, 2.68 seconds behind. And Rudy Dorman, 132, comes through in third. So after Rudy Dorman in third, 4th goes to Harley Ullman 75, 5th goes to Dylan Clark 95, 6th goes to 82 James Cooper, and 7th will go to 153 Tyler Reynolds. Right, so as our craft peel back to the paddock, our last group up onto the grid for today. This is the open race, so open to all the main formulas apart from the juniors, Colts and Novices. So this will be the end of our combined UK and European racing for yesterday and today. We carry on tomorrow with just purely UK racing. So we will be having a prize giving after this. There may be a short delay directly after the race so they can compile the results and we get the trophies out. but we will be doing the prize giving up by the paddock on the actual finish line. So if you want to stay around for that, you're more than welcome to. Right, let's quickly run through the grid because I've just heard over the radio. We're going on to the 2-minute board very shortly. So, who have we got out there? Pole position, Jake Trussler, number 11 in a Formula 1. Second spot is number 7. This time it's Aaron Sutton. He teams up with his partner, Abby Beale. So, Aaron this time out. That's a Formula 1. Third spot is number 12. Kevin Eastwood in the Formula 1, and then we got number 45, a Formula 2, Charlie Moore, and then completing the front row, 117, Elliot Folland in the Formula 50. Row 2, we got 61, this time being driven by daughter Katrina Hall, and then alongside Katrina is 169, this time it's Laura Turnbull. And then completing row 2 is number 3. Oh, Laura is in a Formula 3 spec craft, by the way. And number 3 completes that second row, Formula 1 craft, Cy Francis.
Stood here, why don't we just put head in the door?
I haven't decided yet. That's what the rules are. So yes, you can go out and get no points.
What the hell was that?
Yes, I'm very happy with that. That's good. That's fine. Crack on.
Right, we should be coming up to the 2-minute board, I think, fairly soon. We got another craft joining this grid, number 519, Marcus Westerberg. He's not. He's going out in this race. He had a few issues in that Formula 1 race, so he just wants to go out and make sure the craft is all right. So he won't be accumulating points, so I'm going to forget him. He's not there in the race and try and ignore him, so he won't be scoring any points, but he's got permission from the race director to go out into this group. Right, there's the 2-minute board. Right, here we go. We're on the lights. And we're away. Great start by number 11, Jake Trussler. He sprints away from the line. And then I think it may be number 12 on the outside, but 7, Aaron Sutton also there in the mix. So it's 11, 12, 522, 7, 45, 61. That's as they drop down to the water. So as they cross the line, it's 11. Jake Trusser, the leader at the moment, followed by Kevin Eastwood, number 12. Kevin is 1.2 seconds behind. Then Ricard Ivanov up into third. Fourth, Aaron Sutton, number 7. Fifth, 45, Charlie Moore. Sixth, 61, Katrina Hall. Right, let's see what the gap is this time. It was 0.19. It's now 2.3. So Jake Trussler has opened up that gap very slightly over Kevin Eastwood. So the gap between first and second has opened up. Right, going across the lake now, another battle going on between Ricard Ivanov 522 and 7 Aaron Sutton. The gap between those two last time was 2.2 seconds. Right. The end of lap 3, the front two runners go through, 2.54 seconds, the gap. Oh no, Ricard Ivanov, hand up. He's had problems with the left engine, but whether it's that this time, it seems to be on full left, but he's returning back to the paddock. So Ricard Ivanov from Sweden, 522, returns to the paddock. Right, midpoint in the race now. The gap has come down marginally. It was 2.5, it's now 2.27 between the two front runners. So Jake Trusser still in control at the moment, but definitely being chased by Kevin Eastwood, number 12. Some way back now, his third spot just gone past me. The purple craft, number 7, Aaron Sutton. He's in a comfortable third now. Ricard has unfortunately returned back to the paddock, so no challenges there for Aaron at the moment. So we go from Aaron Sutton then down to fourth spot. That will be Charlie Moore, just coming through the line now. And then fifth place, just crossing the line now, will be Katrina Hall. Right, the gap between first and second, it's now 2.2 seconds. And we've got 5 laps gone, so Kevin Eastwood, 3 laps to go now, or just under 2.5 to make that gap come right down the Mountain Challenge, which may be a challenge unless Jake makes a mistake. So number 45, Charlie Moore in that Formula 2, about to be lapped by the front runners. Crossing the line, Jay Trussler goes through, number 11. Kevin Eastwood goes through. Well, marginally slower, Kevin, that time, but it is only marginally, around about the 2.2 seconds. Right, the last lap board is now waiting for our leader. It's still 11. Jake Trussler. What's the gap this time? It was 2.5. It's opened up 3.37. So Kevin Eastwood just dropped back slightly on that last lap. So Jake Trussler takes the win, number 11. Coming through in second spot, just 2.85 seconds behind is number 12, Kevin Eastwood. So both of those Formula Ones, still another Formula One to come through. Should be at the moment number 7, Aaron Sutton. He will take third. There he comes. So Aaron Sutton taking third. And fourth will go to 45, Charlie Moore. And fifth will go to 61, Katrina Hall. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is our racing done for today. For those of you who come along and stood the heat with us today, thank you very much for coming. Don't forget, we are here again tomorrow. It's going to be another blistering hot day by the sounds of it. So if you are coming back, make sure you're well prepared. And for those of you watching online, we are going to do the prize giving for the Europeans as soon as we can. So for those of you watching online, keep watching, and we'll be showing the prize giving live. Right, so I've just been told that there is a note on the live screen, the live feed, saying that the prize giving will be live shortly. So just give us a bit of time to get the craft settled down and everybody sorted, and the points organised, and we'll be doing the prize giving. That will be down on the finish line.
So
Yeah,
it wasn't too much we could show you, but
It was played with.
yeah. I'm done. I tell you what,
It's going to be hotter tomorrow, apparently.
I don't know how we're going to, if it's hot tomorrow, I don't know how we're going to do 2 sets of races and then take it out.
Go away for some more to come back up.
Conversation might be in Podium.
It's on overnight. I'll never get involved with that. Joe? Who's on overnight tonight?
I guess so.
We're not disturbing, no. What, with his new squeeze? Just waiting on both. Have headsets radio and whatever back. You don't need them now.
Chief, to any other marshals that are on a race control, please could you make your way here? It's a beautiful
So just a reminder, we are doing the prize giving for the EHF fairly shortly. We're just getting everything organised. It will be down on the finish line. So anybody that wishes to join us, it will be finish line fairly shortly. We're just organising the trophies and making sure all the points are correct.
Thank you for gathering. It's been a really hot one, as I'm sure you can all appreciate. We've all been out here since the weekend. We're looking forward towards tomorrow, which is just a national, it's not European. So there is 2 races less per set, but it's still going to be hot. If anything, it's supposed to be usually 4 or 5 degrees hotter than this. So we're questioning about what do we do. We're considering going down to 1 set of races. Do practice first set and then drop the second set. But we've already discussed that with the marshals. We're the ones stood out here. It's kind of our opinion. We've had discussion between people who win comps and obviously Tim and people. We'll make the call. If we decide that we don't want to do it, we're going to brief all the drivers and say we're not doing it. So it won't go to the drivers. This is ours.
So how are we all feeling in the heat?
Could I just say something? We've also got to think about the brunch. This month is of course in the heat, and after a long day, especially after 2 sets of races, I think it's only fair that we just do the 1 set, in my opinion.
I agree. What's the medic's view as far as heat? Not to put you on the spot.
Well, on the AMBO today, it was reading 41. So it's going to be quite a lot warmer tomorrow. And the thing is, there's no air coming in. And then poor old Keith was running like a blue ass fly on the cross bike. And that much more.
You've seen a different kick to we have this weekend, man.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Anybody else want any views on it? So are you all feeling that it's 1 set's more sensible?
I wouldn't want to go and take the course down now.
Don't forget we are shorter. We have been very good on the nationals. They are shorter sets and we are quite slick.
It is 2 races less, but
we would aim, I would think, on that session on
but it's normally about 4 that we finish the quarter
Juniors
point.
that were helping on Bridge, they said they're not going, they'll
Okay.
do it tomorrow. And Serene, I don't know how you're going to fit her anyway, because Serena's been ill for ages. So that would be just me and
We're already at
Emily
skeleton
on the
crew.
thread.
Like, we're already struggling for numbers.
I'm happy to tell the drivers it's one set and then
Oh, and Emily's race.
we pack up and then we get home safely if that's what everyone wants. But it's not my decision. We need to consult with
Take
you
the vote
guys.
on it.
Right, we do a vote of, if you want to drop the first set, please put your hand up, and then we'll do a.
Sorry, you want to just do
If
one set?
you'd like to do just the one set, so practice and the first set, drop the second set, put your hand up. You have a look at numbers. Thank you. And if you would be happy to do practice, first set, second set, we'd rather do that.
Can I suggest that if we do just do the one set, we have a larger gap between practice and that first
No, 'cause it's getting hotter.
Yeah.
We're doing it straight through.
We'll
have a longer gap.
We will
We'll
make
stick
sure
to
we
programme.
have a gap.
We stick to programme.
Well, we'll make sure we have a gap.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we won't have a.
We won't have eight, like a decent
It won't be
set.
like half an hour. We'll have it like 10 minutes.
You've got to stick
No
to
point
it
delaying
a
it
couple of
into
times.
We don't want to have like a 2-hour break and then just come out hot.
How do we deal with charging people coming in? I mean, I'm just playing out.
I don't want to have one consult the branch every year.
We can leave that to Sharon to work that out. She does a deal with people when they come in anyway, and we can offer them a ticket for the next one. There's ways around it.
I mean, branch, you.
Yeah, support the market. You know, I was with you guys when we had the first time defence last year. I know what it's like. Yeah, I absolutely support
So was that no one, Paul, for doing the practice first and second? Fine, that's great. You go with that?
Yep. Perfect.
Thank you all. It's been a hot day. Really appreciate it.
I think some European drivers will play the stage tomorrow. After that cost.
They normally end up leaving after the first set anyway. So you can find out. But
We've got to be
Problem with that is then we might end up getting involved in nationals.
Yeah, the national.
You do it for one, you do it for other. So we
we'll
just.
deal with that.
This is no different to it raining at Magno was on the Saturday, Sunday. Get all us getting things swept through and passing in the Monday. It's just the other way, we've got the heat, not the wet.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the drivers are feeling.
I think there is a thing, as long as you do so many races a weekend, and we've covered that today, we could actually stand here and cancel tomorrow completely and still pass it as national result.
At the end of
So that financially is going to be someone who's going to go.
There'll be huge grumblings because obviously the point system's different as well this year, so every race counts. So it's not the 25, whatever it was.
Everyone's losing that race. So
Yeah,
not
It's the
all
same for
fair.
everyone, exactly. It's the same for everyone, but they will grumble because they've already had it.
at the end of the day, it's the Martian that's going to come first. And we
They
made
just
the
say
call
we're
on
not
that.
doing it. We're not doing it.
Yeah.
You Marshall.
Well, it's unsafe, isn't it? Yeah, it's been the 30s. Stood out there with no shower. It's not.
No wind,
great.
no shower.
I mean, I'm happy to do it, but I think it's sensible.
It gives everyone a bit of time to pack down sensibly, not rush, let them drive distances, just let it, think of it, laterally a bit at times. So I'll brief for them at the presentation that we're only doing one set tomorrow, and it'll be on programme.
Yeah, we'll start normal.
Start normal time, so we'll do, essentially we'll just do the first set till the end.
Branch will agree to the gatekeepers.
Thank you all. We do have the prize giving up here a bit later. Soonish, but if not, see you at 8:45 tomorrow.
Are you telling the branch if I give you that? It's me. As far as safety is concerned, I will stand by the decision. Hey, that's, at the minute, that is the...
Is that it? Are we only celebrating third place? We only celebrated third place.
We just can't carry all the steps at once,
Oh,
Darren. Sorry.
I thought it was a new way of doing it. Save money.
Well, we're reducing our impact on the environment
Ah,
by
this is-
having all of them on one step.
Hello.
Careful when you say you're at the top.
I'll be going fairly straight away.
Is Sarah driving your cab down?
Yeah. Won't grab a lift with him. I don't know.
That's all. I went at 9 o'clock at night and it was just me and Aaron.
Yeah, I'm just trying to switch this on. At what time you? Come on,
The ambulance was 41. Yesterday he was 32, which I think, well, that must be the right temperature. That's what everyone else was saying. 41.
You can switch it off with that.
Well, I'll see you later. I'm going to walk around to
Right, Tim.
What headset's this?
Keep hold of it if you're going to be muddled again.
Nancy, can you just hold the loading house? She needs help.
Don't get me wrong, when I first read it, it's personal when I I'd stopped. Like, you know, like if you're in a assaulted would be, then they rushed off to look at one that hates it, doesn't say
Nancy, can you hand this to me as well, please?
there's a bit of me, right?
Headset.
We're all okay. We know
In Bob's box. Scott, Bob's box.
the next
There's a little box.
and then the next all the races. All of that. So yeah, whilst it might feel like it, well, and I know we all know because we're behind the curve.
All done. Yeah. Last day.
Are you leaving tonight, Bea? Are you leaving tonight?
No, tomorrow.
Okay. So you're here. You're here tomorrow. What time do you have to leave tomorrow?
Right, that's the siren for the prize giving. So if you can all start making your way over to the finish line, we'll get the prize giving underway and get the Europeans off on their journeys. So if you can start making your way down to the finish line, please, and we'll get the prize giving done. If you're quick, there's still a little bit of shade by race control in the media trailer. It's about 2 square inches. Well, it looks as though we're going to have to move the mountain to Mohammed because Mohammed's not coming over. We're all fighting for that shade. Keep going, he says. Oh, second. I've got second spot. Are we all here? Somebody done a name check, head count? Is there anybody left in the paddock? Yeah, shout if you're not here, was the observation. There's a few stragglers. I'm not sure whether they're drivers, so I think we'll crack on. I'll do my preamble to start with. Right, okay. 2/3 of the way through the weekend. Are we all listening? No. Who's still talking? Are you in control down there? Oh, hang on. Oh, Daddy, I want to come and see you. Scruff of the neck. Come here. Yeah. Right, okay. Before we get into the actual prizes, we'll try and make that fairly quickly because obviously the European drivers got to get away a bit rapid to get ferries, etc. So 2 days of racing. Obviously, the weather has been gorgeous. Unfortunately, the gorgeous comes with temperatures, and yeah, we've all been sort of out in it sweating. And a big thank you to the marshals who've been out in the sun. But not only the marshals, I've just been into race control and it's like an oven in there. So a big thank you to the marshals and race control. Yeah, sadly they don't have aircon in there and it's been full of bodies and I'm amazed they've all come out in one piece. So I think without much ado further, we'll crack on and do the prizes, get everybody underway. If you weren't there at the raffle last night, Keith Rhodes won the wheelbarrow booze. He decided when he looked at it, that's way too much for me and my family, extended family, whatever. So he's actually donating some of those bottles to go with the trophies. So Keith is going to be organising the appropriate bottles for the respective formulas. The Colts, the juniors, won't be getting any. So purely an adult thing. So let's crack on. So we're actually going to start with the Colts. So Charlie, who's now chair of the Chilterns branch, taking over from me. Yes. Is going to be handing over and doing the handshaking. Adam, you want to do a quick bit first on the sponsorship bit? Right, let's crack on. We're going to start with the all-important Colts. So in third place, Digby Dorman, Phoenix Racing. Well done. In second spot, Philip Charnick, Rusty Garage Racing. And in first place, JJ McGavin, Phoenix Racing. our top 3 Colts. So moving on to the juniors now, getting on to the oldies. In 3rd place, Rudy Dorman, Phoenix Racing. And in 2nd place, Team Nationwide Junior, Lucas Rhodes. And in 1st place, Team Elston Junior, and that is Lily Elston. Our top 3 juniors. So I wonder how many of the Colts and how many of the juniors that we see today will go on to be the likes of Magnus Ivanov, who's over there, who was a junior when he first started racing back in the day, came all the way from Sweden with his parents. So there we go, stars of the future, hopefully. Right, moving on to Formula 50. 3rd place, Team Drew, Nick Drew. Right, this is where Keith has to step forward with some bottles. Where is he? Oh, he's there. He's there. Oh, he snuck that in without me seeing. Gosh. What? I saw nothing, Gov. In 2nd place, Team VHR F50, and that is going to be Josh Trussler. And in 1st place, Poogie Moo, and that's going to be Josh Morales. Yeah, what? Our top 3 F50. I thought Josh was going to leave that behind then. I thought, gosh, the heat has got to him. Right, moving on to Formula 2 now. Oh, do the bottles get better? In 3rd place, Mario Cole. Oh, we got a substitute. And in 2nd place, GWR Racing F2, George Barnes. Actually, I'll just interject at this point. This young lady here who's substituting for Mario has come all the way from Germany to Marshall this weekend. And in 1st place, Pierce Arms Thompson. Our top 3 F2. We won't tell Mario that if you drink that. Right, okay, moving on to F1. 3rd place, Team VHR F1, and that is going to be Jake Trussler. And in 2nd place, Team Bill, that's going to be Callum Bill. And in 1st place, Team Turnbull F1, Adam Turnbull. Our top 3 in F1. Oh, blimey. it's a long way down there. Callum, oh God, look. Right, Formula S. We're going to do Formula S next, and that is going to be in third place, Team Turnbull. And in second place, Team Ash Racing. And I think that's both of them, isn't it? Howard and, yeah, there we go. Nathan did let Howard, I think, do one race. Token gesture. And in first place, all the way from Austria, Andrew Stelzhammer. Our top three in Formula S. Howard grabs the bottle quickly. Right, okay, moving on to the novices now. Well, sort of novices. Well, the first one is a novice. In third place, Dave Wilkinson. Is he not here? He's on site somewhere, I'm sure he is. Right, okay, we'll hold that one back. Second place, a welcome return to Ree Barnes. Oh, right, okay. We've got another substitute for Dave Wilkinson. Hey, where are you going, Sean? Hang on. Which way? Were you picking your own? Oh, yeah. We've come to this bloke here, Charlie Metcalf. Oh, you can do it for him. Right, Charlie Metcalf returning to racing, first place. I'm going to ask Keith after this whether he looked down the names and decided who was going to get what in the way of bottles. Anyway, that's my list done, I think. So I think it just remains for me to say, I do need to hand over to Tim briefly. But yeah, thank you so much for the Europeans to come over this weekend. This is obviously the practice run now for the World Championships. This is the course we'll be running. There may be some fine tuning, but predominantly this will be the course for the World Championships in August. Right, Tim. Right, so I think that's it. Obviously, we've got another prize giving tomorrow, so there's more people to thank, but we'll sort that one tomorrow. For the Europeans, I hope you have a safe journey home. We hope it all goes well for you at the next round, And we hope to see you all back in August for the World Championships. Thank you very much, everybody. You want to